Well, hello again. Welcome to TF Custom Shaving Brushes Workshop. We'll give a few minutes just to see if we get some viewers in. So I'm just going to crank up the volume a little bit while I pull around getting a few little final things ready, and then we'll start the stream. Tonight I'm going to make up some. I'm going to make up 3 blanks, which are a hybrid blank. And what I've done is I've done some pre-work on these earlier today so that they were ready for the stream this afternoon. So I'm just going to show you the blanks and where I'm at with them with regards to the barrel and stuff, and then basically I'm going to show you how I set them into the mould, and then I've got epoxy resin which I'm trying for the first time tonight as well, rather as polyester. Because these are a hybrid blank, you can't really use polyester resin because polyester resin will shrink away from the blank. But anyway, look, we'll come back to that. We'll cover it all in the live stream. I'm just going to crank up the music and I'm just going to switch to another view, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Good day everybody, welcome back to TF Custom Shaving Brushes live stream. This afternoon I'm going to be making up some hybrid blanks. As I mentioned earlier, just before I started getting a few bits and pieces together, the blanks that I've already done a little bit of work on the blanks earlier today, so I'll show you where, at what stage I'm at with them, and then I'm going to continue on, set them into the PVC tube molds, seal up the bottoms, and then basically I'm going to cast each of these three in just a clear epoxy resin tonight. So no polyester resin tonight. This is an epoxy one that I'm trying for the first time. The other reason I'm going epoxy is because with hybrid blanks, to get the material, to get the resin to bond to the material, you need to use an epoxy or something like an epoxy, polyurethanes or whatever, something that doesn't shrink. Polyester has a bad habit. When you put it in a mold, it'll actually shrink. So what it will do is it will pull away from the sides of the mold, and if you've got material in there such as a hybrid blank, like a piece of burl, what will happen is the resin will pull away from the burl, and it won't bond. Even although it's done under vacuum, it just won't adhere. So by doing it with the epoxy actually sets in the mold. It will bond to that as well very well, and it won't shrink away, pulling away. So it should get a maximum bond to that handle, hopefully. Now I'm going to show in the camera where I'm at with the hybrid blanks. There's three different pieces of burl, all from the same burl. They're all different sections, and I've cut them circular so they'll fit in the round molds that you can see I've got on the table here, which I'll change to that shot shortly. And what we're going to do is I'm going to seal those pieces into the bottom of the PVC tube, and then I'll wrap a bit of 100 mile/an-hour tape around the bottom of the mold. One I'm going to actually hot melt to a piece of MDF because it's got more of a gap in the bottom section. And then we're just going to basically pour in the epoxy. Now the epoxy needs to be mixed. It still needs to be mixed pretty thoroughly, just the same as when you're mixing powders in to colour the resin. It still needs to be mixed fairly thoroughly. The epoxy is two-part. It's a part A, part B. And part A, from memory, I think is, just let me check, yeah, part A is 3 parts, and part B is just 1 part. So it's a 3-to-1 ratio in the epoxy, whereas the polyester is just basically resin, and then we add a few drips of MEKP as a catalyst to start the curing process, and then off it goes on its own. So without further ado, let me show you where I'm at and what I've used today. So if I can go to, we'll go to camera 2 I think on this one, and you can see basically everything I've got on the table here. So I'll use my glue stick here. So over here, that's just a tube of black acrylic paint. This one in the little black tube here is a UV resin. So it basically cures by light, so either out in the sunlight, or I can use the UV torch, as you can see there. So it shines a blue UV onto it, and that actually cures it. So it only takes a few minutes to cure it, because we're only talking about a thin layer that we're actually applying to the burl, in the case of these ones anyway. So black acrylic, UV resin, and the UV resin is mixed with the pigments. So I've got 3 different ones that I used today. One of them's actually got a bit of 2 different pigments on it. But that's, am I right at the right camera? That's one of the pigments. Not a lot to say when it's in the plastic bag like that. These bags are slightly silvery. They're not totally clear, but you can see the pigment powder in there. And I just chucked a little bit in a paddle pop stick, like you've seen in my previous videos, live streams. So a little bit, mix it in with the UV resin, and then apply it to the burl, and then cure it with the UV light. And I actually sat them out in the sun for a little while as well. This is another one of the chameleon colour changing. You can see it goes gold, then it will go red. I think this particular one was a violet, red and gold. So we've got the gold there, then we've got the red, and you can see the violet coming through certain ways it moves as well. So that was the other one. And then this one is the last one that was used, and again you'll see the colour change in this one. This one was a red, orange, yellow and green. So yeah, I haven't really seen green come out in it yet, but again it just depends on the lights that you're in as to what colour you're going to get. So let me put them just aside for now, because we're done with them, and I want to try and keep fairly clear here, because after the if I've got time left after I do these castings, then I'm going to turn that other handle as well, if we get time. But we'll see how we go for time anyway. We'll see how long it takes to get through the casting part of the stream. So bear with me for 2 ticks. I'll be right back. Okay, so as you can see, I've got some cups out in front of me here. That's so that I can get part A, part B ready. I don't have any other, I would like to have the pumps for the top of the containers, but I'm unable to get them at this point in time, so it'll maybe something down the track. But anyway, I cut up some timber barrel, so you can see it's there's a nice bit of colour, a nice gnarly grain in it. You can see it on the side there as well. Nice bit of figure and colour, so it should come up quite nice once it's turned and sealed up and finished. And you can see the colour changing pigment on that one there in the camera. Not sure if the lights, you can see it change, definitely see it changing colour, especially sort of around that area there. So what's going to happen is that's going to be cast, and that's going to be the top of the handle here, and this will be the bottom of the handle with the transparent section on the bottom, and that's how I'm going to cast these. So this one's fairly plain on top, it's not got too much gnarly burly effect on it, but the other two are a lot better, but this one should still look nice once it's cast. So again, you can see the colour change just with the light there, and I might try it that way, you might get different colours. Anyway, that's that one. So that's a smaller diameter, that one too. And then we've got this one, so you'll see the violet and the blue and the gold, and I forget what the other colours were in this one, but you can see the colour change in that one is probably a lot stronger for some reason, just obviously the different colour mix, I suppose. So that's that one, and again that's just a nice piece of burl on top with a little bit missing out the side here, which I've also done with the colour changing pigment, so that'll get a bit of clear resin up into there as well. But I think probably most of that will get turned away once I start turning the handle, so we might not see that part anyway. It might just be all this part that we'll see on the underside of the handle. But again, it should be quite nice. And the one I'm really impressed with is this one here. I think this one's going to look pretty spectacular. It's not showing it too well in the light. I mean, I've got a lot of camera studio lighting through here, but you can see the blue, and like a real sparkly blue. Oh, there we go, there's the blue, and then you can see the sort of reddy violet coming through in it depending on how we move it. So I'm a lot happier with this effect than what it was when we done the actual handles. The handles have still got a little bit of colour change in them, but I think these are going to look a lot better, especially once we get the clear onto that, and then we get it in different lights outside, natural lights. I think you'll see that the colours are going to really pop in this one. So what was done was, these blanks were obviously, like I said, you've got a nice piece of burl there. So what I've done with these blanks was I picked up the piece of burl and I cut circular sections out off part of the burl so that we still got the gnarly pieces on these ones. That's the effect that I wanted to be showing on the underside of the brush. So I cut them circular. Then what I've done was I painted them black in a black acrylic, and then let that black acrylic dry over a few hours. And then basically I mixed up some UV resin, which is the stuff I showed you earlier in the little tube. Mixed up some of that, threw a bit of the powder in, the chameleon powders, mixed that up, and then painted it onto the black acrylic with a little throwaway disposable brush. And that's the effect that I got. So that's what's going to be showing on the underside of the handle. Now all this gives the resin a good base to bond to too. So we should have good bond between the resin and the barrel. Okay, so that's those three. You can just see that purpley blue coming through in that one certain ways I catch the light on it. But yeah, that one I think is going to be stunning once it's cast in the clear. But anyway, we'll see that. Each of the molds is a little bit different. There's two that are the same size and one that's a smaller one. So that's the smaller one. As you can see, the diameter difference in the molds. So these ones will turn a much larger handle if I want to go to like a chubby type shape or something like that. Not sure what I'm going to do with them yet, but we'll see once we get them out of the molds. And obviously the narrow one, which is for this little one here. So yeah, you can see that change colour there, and then it goes to a different colour. Yeah, there you go. There you see colour change there. So it's definitely a lot better in this application, rather than just casting it in the clear resin on its own as a powder. So anyway, look, I'm going to continue on now. So I've got the hot glue gun here. So what I'm going to do is there's a couple of these that are reasonably tight, but not tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread a little bit of hot melt glue around the bottom, just to seal the bottom of the blank up, and to make sure that we get contact so that the barrel doesn't float up in the resin. It's reasonably tight in there, not too tight, but tight enough. So I think that's probably going to be sufficient to actually hold the barrel in place and prevent it from floating to the top of the mould. And I think that should be enough, and I'll just sort of wipe that over with a paddle pop stick, feed it into the hole, make sure it's sealed, hopefully. And then what I'm going to also do with that is I'm going to actually wrap tape around it too, so that it's taped up as well. I'll just get rid of the excess there. So that we've got that double seal and not much chance of it leaking. The last thing I want to do is cast it and then find that all the resin's lying in the bottom of the pressure pot. Now these do need to be, I mean I always cast under pressure anyway, but these do need to be cast under pressure because we want to make sure that we're forcing the materials together the best we possibly can to give us a really good strong bond. And obviously with the epoxy we're going to get no shrinkage, so I'm not even sure how these will pop out of the PVC molds. They may stick in there. I may have to cut the PVC mold off once they're cured. So we won't get to probably see it. You'll get to see them cast. You won't get to see the actual finished blanks until the next time I stream. And then those blanks will show up in the beginning of the stream so that you can see them. We may even have time in one of the next streams to actually start to turn one of them if they turn out okay. So that would be an interesting stream to see these once they've been cast and cured and getting turned into a handle. So that should be enough for that. I don't think that's going to float to the top. It feels fairly solid in there now, so I'm just going to wrap a perimeter one round that, just so that we pull it all tight and seal the bottom. And that's all I need. Excuse me. I just turn that music down a little bit, I think. So that's one ready to be cast. Let's go on to the next one. I think this one's reasonably tight as well. I think it's that last one there that that needs to have more. That's why I've cut a base for that one, and we'll glue that base to the PVC tube. So this one here, I think all I'd really want to try and do here is just stick that down to the edge of the tube a bit, and then hopefully the tape will seal the rest. So these being bigger, I've got to go over it a couple of times. It's amazing how this tape seals them off though, and it's it doesn't let go. I've never had one let go on me. A good old 100 kilometers an hour or 100 miles per hour type. Good old gaffer. I don't think I'll go any more than that. I think that'll be sufficient. I'll just put one ring around the outside just to bind it all together. I mean, some people do these in rectangular molds. HDPE, melamine, just cut up some boards or screw them together and seal off the joints and then cast. I've got to make myself some more of those, but these ones are what I've been mainly using, just the PVC tubes. Cut it up, and they are good for this, especially because it's just clear. But you can sometimes get better effects if you're mixing colours in with the hybrids as well in an open rectangular, because then you can go in with a paddle pop stick and you can mix up the colours as well. You don't have to rely on just a single sole colour. But that's the look I want for these ones. So there's that one all in there. Like I said, that one's reasonably nice fit in the bottom, so that ain't going to float up. This is the one that has a fair bit of gap in it. It's just the shape of the barrel, and it's the look I wanted because I wanted resin going right down to the bottom of the handle, as you can see there, in that section. Sorry, that'll be the top of the handle. The end, this end, will be the top, and this end will be the bottom. But I wanted it to go all the way. So what I'm going to do with that is, again, I'm going to drop a little bit of hot melt glue in there. I'm going to hold that in place, and then I'll drop a little bit of hot melt glue in there just to hold it. Like that, and then I'll try and let that set. Just to hold it, and then I'll tape the bottom up like we've done with the others, and hopefully that'll be enough to hold that in place, which I think it's already done that, so but I'll just make sure before I let it go. Like I said, the last thing I want is the barrel floating up to the other end, because then it would be the wrong way around in the other end of the handle, and if it floated, then the chameleon covered area would be probably up above the end of the tube. But that seems to have held that in place now. It seems quite strong. So now I'm just going to wrap my tape around again. do that, like that, and then we'll pull that tight, that down there. I don't want to pull too tight onto the timber and force the timber to come apart again, so I'm just trying to get that sealed there, and that should be fine. Now we'll do the other side, and I'll put 2 or 3 more pieces of tape on this one because I want this one to be fairly strong around the bottom there with a bigger gap between the timber barrel and the PVC tube pipe, whatever you want to call it. Yep, and that's stuck in there now, so just whack another couple of bits of tape on it, make sure she's ain't gonna leak. It's never nice when you have a nice blank, but something's gone wrong inside, because a lot of the time, unless you can use it for something else or cut it up and put it in something else, but sometimes when they go wrong, you can't really do nothing more with them. And this is just a little makeshift bench. I've just, clamped a piece of MDF to the top of my small lathe bed, just to serve as a table so I don't have to move the cameras around. The cameras are already here, so why not use them? So if we go to 3, and you'll see the table's getting a little bit clearer of bits and pieces around the place. So now I've just got to wrap another piece around that way, just to pull it all together. And we're probably better off in the previous camera for that anyway. At least you can see what I'm doing in that one. And then I'll cut that off, flatten that out, flatten that bottom section over so it locks it all together. Actually, I was going to put that timber, I had cut a piece of timber here which I was going to hot glue to that, but I think that's going to work anyway, so I'm not going to worry about that other piece too much. Okay, so that's the three. That's the 3 pieces done, so I can get rid of that. I'll get rid of that crappy stick, and I'll go and get a couple more now and get rid of the scissors back in the drawer. I'll just free up this bench as much as I possibly can. I can get rid of the hot melt glue gun now as well. So we'll unplug her and let her cool down, and then we'll move her off to the side. We'll keep that one there. We'll get rid of these. And we'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of that and that. I can get rid of that UV torch as well, because we're not going to need that for anything now. Okay, so we've got our 3 there. Now I don't know how much resin these moulds are going to take. So what I'm going to do is, because I've got a large container, a small container here, part A, part B, I'm just going to keep mixing up, because it's all, the 3 moulds are going to be cast in clear. I'm just going to keep mixing up in a couple of cups and measuring in a couple of cups, and then basically what I'll do is I'll pour my 3, pour my 1, and then we can pour that in and then I'll go again until we've got the 3 moulds full. So that's how I plan to do these. Until I get my pumps. When I get my pumps for the bottles, I'll be able to just press, and it'll be a measured pump, so I'll be able to measure, I think they're 30 mil each time you press it, full press. So you know, three pumps will be the 90 mil, and then obviously I put in 30 mil of part B, and that's my mix done. So I'll continue on. Once this, I'll move this heat gun off to the side, I think. We'll get rid of that, so we've got more room. That's the ticket. And now I'm going to pour, and I'm going to do it just to the side here, so I don't, or try and minimise making too much mess, that's for sure. So I'll take that cap off, and I'm going to try and pour just a small measured amount into here of 60 mil. Nearly there. Okay, that's 60. And I'll just use one of these and give that a little wipe. Put the cap back on so we don't get any rubbish in there. And then I'm going to pour that into there. Now this resin or epoxy resin doesn't start to react until you mix the 2 parts together. So once we put that last 60 mils of part B in, then that's when the resin starts to go. But you've still got a fairly good working time with this resin too, so it's very similar to the polyester. So we're not going to be running out of and because it's only clear and we're not focusing on colour separation, we don't really need to worry too much about getting it at the gel point. As soon as we've got it mixed and we feel that we're mixed thoroughly enough, then we can actually start to There's one lot down the outside already, which I'll go and put my hands in for sure. So that's the second one. Now we've got the third one to go in, and then we'll put one of the other one in, and that's that mixed to where it needs to be. 3 to 1. And like I said, I'll just keep doing that until we fill it, each of the 3 moulds. And then once these are cast, just the same as the polyester, straight in the pressure pot up to about 55-60 psi overnight, and that should hopefully do the trick. Okay, so that's the third one of them. So now I'm going to put in one off, and I'll use the other cup for that now. So one off part B, pull out the little plug, we can get it out. There we go. There's another towel there for my hands. Just going to make sure I keep everything away from the... So part B, one. Oh, that's it. We're done. Give that a little wipe. The lid back on, down there, and then we'll pour this into here, and then we'll keep that one separate for the next mix. And I do actually need a separate, I should really get another couple of paddle pop sticks, so just give me 2 secs and I'll go and get another paddle pop stick, or a couple. So you probably can't see it in the camera, but that's actually gone a little bit milky. I'll bring it over. You can see in that camera, I guess. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mix that now until those two parts are really thoroughly mixed. And then what we'll do then is that will get poured into the first mould. And there's a tiny little bit of crap in there that I want to get out. That's it. And this is the part we've got to make sure we get right. So the two parts have got to be thoroughly mixed through until that starts to go clear. And then once it goes clear, we can pretty much say that, yeah, we've mixed it thoroughly and we can pour it. And we can still add to the top. So even if this doesn't fill up the first mould, we can add more to it. So it's starting to clear. There's still a little bit of white in there. Make sure we scrape the sides so we get the mix all the way through. Yep. And we're not concerned about bubbles because the bubbles are going to have plenty of time to work their way out. And like I said, the pressure is going to do a job on that anyway. So you can see there we've actually gone clear now, but it still needs a little bit of mixing, and there's I think just another little bit of crap in there. I think, don't know where it's coming from, but it's, or is it? Maybe not. No. we'll go to that shot. It's nice and clear, and I think we've got the mix right, so hopefully we're all good. Okay. So, stick that one there. So I'm going to pour this first one now. So again, we'll go back to that other camera for this, and I'm going to pour this small one here. Nice and slow, let the resin fill in all the cavities, or any cavities that are there. Let the air get time to work out, get the resin in there. And that's that one pretty much done. Just get that a wipe. And then we'll pour into the next one. Again, nice and slowly. And then I'm just going to pour the last of that into this one. Now I'm probably going to have some clear resin left, so what I may do is I may use the plastic cup and I'll leave it in there, and then that might give me the base to do my razor blade blank with the red simulated blood on it. So I think I'll do that if I've got any left. So I'll make up another full cup and we'll do exactly the same as what we've done. And like I said, if I've got anything left. So we'll start with a fresh cup. I'm just going to give that little drip there a wipe. And I'll move that over there, just so we haven't got wet resin everywhere, because it does get everywhere. I'll be curious to see how easily this stuff wipes off my hands compared to the polyester. Okay, so we used that one for part B, we used this one for part A. So again, I'm going to pour 3 cups of that one and 1 cup of that one. So as soon as I can see the 60mm mark, yeah, that's the 60mm mark there. go, 60mm. Straight into the fresh cup. Fresh paddle pop stick. Okay, the next one, we can sit that in there for now. The 60mm mark again. Done. That's the second one. The third one, 60mm mark again. That'll do us. I'll give that one a wipe. We can put the cap back on that. I'll pour this one in again. Remove my stick. Okay, so that's part A done. Stick that in there. Now we'll go to part B, which is 60mm. And that's her. I'll just give that a little bit of a wipe around there so it doesn't stick. Seal her off. The other two have settled out fine now, they're sitting nice and clear. I'll show you a shot of that shortly. We'll get this one in and get this one mixed up. I'm going to throw this away now so we don't get things contaminated. Okay, done, wipe, and then now the big mix. It's a lot thinner than the polyester is, I think, once it's mixed. But mind you, I haven't got any pigments in it or powders in it, so and the pigments and the powders do tend to thicken the resin up a bit when you're mixing with the colours. So as you see, that's gone nice and clear now. It was kind of milky when you mix part B and part A together. And you're looking into this one here, that's got the clear resin already in it, so has the small one here. So you're actually looking into them now. You can see how it's gone pretty clear, but the resin is still very, very thin. But like I said, they'll go straight into the pressure pot. As soon as I finish this one, we'll put the 3 in the pressure pot, and then we'll pressurise the pot to 55-60 psi. And I think we're ready there now. And like I said, I'm going to let, depending on how much is left in the bottom of this cup, I'm going to let that set in the bottom, because I've got a use for that with the razor blade blank that I want to do, but it will need to be set before I can do anything with it. So hopefully I get a little thin layer left in the bottom of the cup, and then I can pop that out and play with that, and then recast over that, and that will give me my blank with the crisscross blades in it. Okay, that looks thin enough now that we can, and mixed. It's nice and clear, as you can see. So like I said, I haven't actually worked with the epoxy before, so this is the first time working with the epoxy. But hopefully we've got it right, and hopefully it turns out. So you can see all the bubbles there just from pouring it in here, just like that. I'm just going to make sure these ones are topped up to max. Same with that one. And just make sure this one's fully topped. which it is. And I'm thinking that may be too much for my other experiment that I've got to do. So I think what I'll do is I'll put some, I might do a half and half here, and we'll let these cure, or even maybe just a little bit like that, maybe a little bit more. And then I think I'll let that one set, and that'll give me my base hopefully for my razor blade blank. Hopefully. And this one's a bit thicker, but I think I might, actually I might, no, I might stick with that, and I'll just let that one go hard. Okay. If I could get the razor blade to float in there, I'd do it in that one as well, but it'll just sink to the bottom. So we'll leave them there. I'll get these ones here. As you can see, they're all poured now. The bubbles are starting to dissipate in this one and come to the top and disappear. If you could see what I can see in this one though, now that the colours are there, the colours are actually starting to, I can see the greens and the blues and the red and the orange in it now. So hopefully that's the trick, casting these with a clear, with the chameleon pigments painted on to a black surface, and hopefully we'll see the colours and change, and hopefully those other two will come up a little bit different. So look, I'm just going to go, I don't think you can see, oh you may see in this one, if I go to shot 2, that one, you can see the pressure pot just over on the planer over there. It's kind of out of sight, but I'm just going to pick these up without trying to spill any, and sit them in the pressure pot so that I can actually get the pressure up on in the pot. So that's one in, without a drip. Let's try and get this one in. Now these are actually starting to generate a little bit of heat. I can feel that heat already on the PVC tube. So it's obviously, there's a reaction starting already with that. Small one in, and I may even sit these two here in, just so that it gets back to the bottom with no bubbles, and hopefully we should all be good. So we've got 1, 2, 3 moulds in there with the 2 plastic cups with the leftover, different volumes, and I'm just going to wipe the lid on that now, which is still over here. And the trick to these is making sure you put them on relatively even when you tighten them down. Try not to disturb the pot too much, because I don't want to spill the resin out. It's nice and tight. And hopefully that should hold vacuum. If I can get enough air hose through there now to get onto there. Up at 50. We're now on 60. Just under 60. That's the valve anyway, so let that settle. And hold that, take that off, and we are done. Okay, that's that all done, so I'm just going to dismantle this board now, set the lathe back up, and I've already got a blank set up in the chuck, so I'll start turning that blank into a handle, and that'll be us. Stick that in there, we don't need that now. Get that excess away so we can reuse that again another time. Just makes it a little bit easier than taking cameras and moving everything around the workshop. So I'll just move this out of the way so we're no longer in the dust and dirt. All good there. Release these clamps. And I'll put them away, out the way. And release that camera. Take that board away. And if I can just bring my tool list in and stick it up there. That's that done. Bring up the tailstock. That's that done. And then we can clamp that camera back on. A little bit of reposition. and then we're pretty much ready to go again. I'll just get rid of these clamps and this board. Okay, so that's the resin casting done. How's our music going? Is our music still playing? We've lost power to our music. Haven't we got power? Just another little technical glitch. The power point came loose in the wall and the music's dropped out, so I'm just going to reinstigate that. It just makes it a little bit better with the music in the background. So just bear with me, please. And we'll go resume. And we should be back. I'll keep an eye on that. Make sure it stays in there. Maybe just take it up one notch. Okay, let's put the chuck on. That's already been set up, sort of reasonably centred. It's a little bit out, but we'll get it in shape once we start playing with it again. So I'm just going to square up the end of that plank as usual. And then once we get it squared up, I'll bring the tailstock back in again. Make sure those plugs are in properly. We'll probably a little bit high with the tool rest still. Still hear that it's not quite right. There's a little bit just on this outer edge. You can hear it just there, and the rest of it's good. We're getting no noise anywhere else, just this outer edge here. And I think we've just got it now. Yep, just cutting nice and smooth now right across the end of the blank. So that's all we want. So we'll just check that. Yep, that's nice all the way through there. So what I'll do now is I'll change the live centre over. I'll put in a 28mm Forstner bit because I'm putting one in my nice 2-band finest in there, ones that I use in most of my brushes. So the 28 is just a nice size for that. So we'll bring it up, we'll lock it off, we'll start the cut, then we'll slow it down first. And we'll start the cut nice and slowly. I'm just going to go in a couple of mil and then I'll back out, set my gauge on the tailstock so I can get the measurement, and then so I'll set my gauge on 0. That's it there. Flatten the colour up to the end of the blank, and now we can measure our depth from the gauge. Here. And we'll change to that shot. We'll just keep backing out, giving that a clear out. So we're just about approaching 10mm. It's 10mm there. We'll just back it out. And go again. We want to get it up to about at least 17, 18mm. There's 15, 17, I'm just going to go a little bit because I'm still going to round the top of that handle off yet, so now I'll back it out. Back her off, give it a little blow, get rid of that. Sometimes the air hose is a good idea, sometimes it's a bad idea. Now if I stop that and check my size for a start, yep, so 18, the time I round it, that'll bring it back to about 17, that should be nice for that knot. So I'm just going to take that back a little bit further. I'm going to take the Jacob's chuck out with the Forstner bit, and I'll hit the edge of that hole that we've just cut with a little bit of sandpaper. Take the sharp edge off. That's all we need. Nice now. Stop the lathe, bring this up so we can see again, and then we'll sit that knot in there. Beautiful. And I'll just check that. So we've got about 54 or 55, so that's ideal for what I normally set these at. Now what I'm going to do is just round off that top section a little bit with the skew, nice and gently. Just drop that down a touch. Have a look at that. That's nice. We've got a bit of gold, a little bit of white filtering in through, and then a little bit of the dark, more of a brown than a burgundy, let's say. Now, what shape are we going to put in this one tonight? Should we try something different? Or should we go with a nice shape that I like? I might put this one with a double ring here. So very similar, but similar shape, but just with a double ring here, I think is what we'll do. And we'll do the little ring up the top rather as just rounding that straight around. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so we'll bring that back. If that's the case, we'll take that up a touch. We'll go back in with the that tool. Then I'm going to put the live centre back in. We'll bring that up so you can see what's going on. A little bit of support. And we'll lock that off. It's locked. Okay, I'm just going to do this one by eye. Well, actually, what I should do is I should do it by pencil mark first till you have a look, and then. So I reckon one there, and maybe another one there, and then. I think if we bring that down to about there, and I think that should look okay. Famous last words, eh? Here. tool rest a touch too. It might be a little bit high. Get that shape out. Getting there with it, a little bit more to go though. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that square edge off there. Just to make it more like the top edge, I'm going to do this one left-handed here. And then we'll just take the little sharp edge off it. Flatten it just a touch, and flatten this one a touch more, and that shape there is okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to undercut from there down and then bob out and then round up the bottom again like we usually do. So let's just stop and have a look at that. Maybe just get that a little there. Yes, that's not too bad there. I'm hoping I'm going to get more colour in this section here when we hollow out. So I'm going to take this out now, bring in the carbide. Check my height. Yeah, that feels not too bad. So it'll be a little bit loud initially until we get it smoothed out. Nice and gently. Slowly down to the bottom of the handle. show you that shot there. Just have a better look at this here. Yeah, that's not too bad, so we'll keep going there. I was getting ready to wrap all that up. Don't put the tool into the blank when you're not supposed to. So that was something that Irish was asking me the other, I can't remember if it was earlier today or if it was yesterday, but he was asking me about where to pick up a carbide tool. So I've gave him some links to where he can go, but I was actually going to show him how these ones actually work, these Robert Sorbies. As I said, this one's, let me go to that other camera for a tick. So this one here is a Robert Sorby, which is part of the Sovereign range in Robert Sorby. It's quite a long tool, as you can see, so you get good leverage on it to keep the tool in play at the cutting head. It does have a round, the one I'm using at the moment is a round carbide head, but the good thing about these tools and the Turnmaster one, which is what I advised Irish to get, is the Turnmaster is basically the same tool. It just has a wooden handle instead of this one. This one I can actually screw on sections and I can make it as long as I want. So if I was deep hollowing a big bowl or something like, or a vase, then I can extend the handle so that I can get more leverage on the tool. But the good thing with these is that these heads are interchangeable. So I've got this one which has got a round cutter in it. I'm going to change to the go to 3. Go to 3. Thank you. So this one's got the round carbide cutter in it. It can also take the diamond, and I think it can also take the square. But with the Sovereign set, I actually get 3 heads, and each head. So I've got each head set up with its individual carbide cutter. So the round one is for shaping and that sort of thing. The square one is normally for roughing out, I very seldom use the square ones because they do get pretty aggressive, but they are good if you want to hog material out pretty quickly. And then the diamond carbide is for detailing, so like these little V cuts that I'm putting in this handle, they could have been done with the V carbide cutter, because it's quite pointy and it would let me get into these areas. And you can actually shape with a V cutter as well. So what I was saying to Irish is it's a pretty versatile tool in the fact that you've got three cutters in one. And with this one you can also, it's got 3 different positions, so it's got the straight position like that, but if I want a less grabbier cut I can actually turn it round, and then what it does is it actually turns the tool into a different cutting position. As you can see there, it's sort of sideways on, or at a 45 degrees somewhere thereabouts. So it can let you get in again to smaller, finer areas where you couldn't maybe get in when the cutter is sitting flat. But it also gives you more of a shear cut when you're cutting with the cutter in that position as well. But I tend to do all mine with the cutter in the neutral position, which is just the flat, and that's how I do most of mine. I tend to use the skew for these kind of areas. That's a little bit less aggressive, and you know, I keep the skew fairly sharp as well, so I can get nice clean detailed cuts in that, as you can see just with the point of the skew. So hopefully that'll help you, Irish, if you view this video later on, mate, just to let you see that the 3 different heads and how they unscrew and how quickly you can change from one to the other. And then I guess you can make up your mind as to whether you want to go with the more expensive Sovereign Robert Sorby, or if you go with the wooden handled Turnmaster, which, like I say, it's basically the same tool. It's just that it's in a wooden handle with probably not as heavy a duty toolbar as this one. It's also got a flat on the underside, so that sits nice and flat on your tool rest, and keeps it nice and stable. But anyway, we'll continue on. Let me speed that up a little bit. A little bit of a bump in there before, but I've got that bump out now. And there's a little bit of a rough edge around on this base, so I'm just going to slowly work on that one until we get that tied up. A little bit of chip there, so we'll tidy that up as well. Chipping's almost gone now. I'm almost getting to where I want to leave that. Now, but I just want to still round a little bit of shape in there, a little bit, on the very bottom of that. Bring that down a little bit on the bottom now. check that now. See how that's looking. Did we get rid of all the chip that was in there? Yep, that's all gone. Fairly happy with that detail there. We probably want to bring that to a little bit more, oh, yeah, probably a little bit more of a point. It's just a little bit too flat on the end there, so do that with the skew. Very carefully, to bring it out of touch. Because it's got such a long bevel on here, you've got to make sure that you get enough of the flat of the tool sitting on there so that you can get stability in it, otherwise you'll end up getting a catch. Do this one left-handed. That's a bit better. It's a lot finer now, so that's good. And I'm just going to tidy that little edge there up a little bit. Good. I'm just going to have a look down on top of that and just see that my shape is, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And what I'll do now is I'll bring that out of the way, drop this right down, and I'll set my base now where I want the bottom of the handle to be. Then we'll come with the pattern tool and just that'll set the, I'm going to go just a little tad longer than the pencil mark. Just relieving again, just so I can get the skew in there. Use it as a scraper to round the very bottom of the brush. Another clearance. Come off the cut there. Still want a little bit more. Just get rid of that little disc in there. Okay, so I'll do that. Bring out the tool rest, lift it up, put it there probably, and get it in close to the chuck, reasonably close. Check the skew for just out a tad there. Yep. Trying to get that round right. That's it, we're almost there. Then I'll just clean up that little tool mark there, and that should finish this part off. And it goes to the chuck. So I'll use the carbide for that again, I think, just to sweeten that in. Get the tool in there, just go back a little touch. And just very nice and lightly get it out. Anything that's left we'll get with the sandpaper. So let me just rid of some of these shavings and stuff. It's everywhere. Release that. We'll bring the tailstock back out the way. Still got a little tiny little bump or chip or something here that I'm feeling, and yet I can't feel it there. So maybe just something's just a little tad out of round, so we'll just check that. Just snip a little bit off, so we'll shorten that one down a little bit. And then we'll just shorten that one tad. It's this one here. That's it, we've got it. Okay, so we'll get that out of the way. So how long have we been streaming? Just an hour and 10 minutes under, yeah, an hour and 50. So we'll slow that down, we'll stop it, we'll have a bit of a look, see first. I'll just move that in so you can see what it's looking like directly down on top. There we go. So we're just going to go in with the sandpaper, traditional sandpaper now, and just give that all a sanding. And that's probably enough for the sanding. Make sure that all the curves are blending together. in there. A little sand. That little sand. There. The edges. The edge there. Get in there. Around here. There's a little bump right in the middle of that round, so I'm going to try and take that out with sandpaper if I can. Should be able to come out fairly easily. To get it more of a round shape, it feels a little bit sharp on that high point there in the curve. That's a bit better now. Smooth that out. Bit of a hand sand now. paper. Okay, that'll do that one. Go to the next one. Same again. Hopefully we can hear a little bit more music tonight. I think I've got the level near enough where it needs to be. I always sort of, when I review the videos later after the live stream, I always check the volumes just to see if I'm in the right place, or if I need to lower or raise, or. But I can lock it into the mixer now, so it saves the previous settings as far as audio and video and cameras and all that sort of thing. So it makes it nice and easy when I come back out. I can just fire it up and all the presets go back straight back to where they were. So makes it easier. Doing here is just getting into those little detailed areas, making sure that they've got no tool scratches or sanding scratches in them. least if I can get the bulk of it out here, then it's all the less that I need to do on the buffing machine, on the buffing wheels. So, and these are the hard parts to get into on the buffing wheels. So, the easier I can make it, the better. I think that should be number 2 out the way now. On to the next one. Lathe on. To give the cameras a little bit of a blow off shortly, because there's a little bit of dust on them. I don't think it's from, well, it will be from the sanding, but I think it was also when I blew it earlier, I blew everything everywhere and it settled again. So a little light sanding, we'll give these a blow off. Okay, that should keep us going. A little bit of a hand rub now. Hello there. How are you, mate? There's a fair bit of delay from the audio to the live chat, so I'll just see you've popped up in there, Morel Lucia. I've done some casting earlier on in the video, so some hybrid blanks. So you might be able to replay the video later on if you want to review the casting side. But I'm going to continue on with this one for now. I'm just going through the sanding stages before I pat off the bottom and then shape the bottom and finish it. And then at the end of the stream we should be able to show you the handle with the knot set in. You got any questions, Mike? Just sing out. Yeah, the casting ones, like I said, they're hybrids, and I've used the colour changing pigments, but I've done it differently to how I've done the previous brushes, where I've actually painted the underside of the natural edge of the barrel, or the natural face of the barrel. I've painted that with a black acrylic, and then I've painted it over it with the chameleon colour changing pigments, mixed in with resin. And then I've done that earlier today and let that cure, and then I've cast the molds tonight earlier in the stream, just with clear resin in all three molds. And each of them are sort of different colours, so it'll be really interesting to see how those ones turn out. They should just be a little bit different and something nice, I'm hoping. One never knows until we actually crack them out the molds and have a look. That's the downside, or it can be an upside, I suppose, depending on how you look at it. But one never really knows. It's just a case of trying your ideas and putting thoughts and things into place. And some things work, some things don't. So we continue on with the things that do, and we stop doing the things that don't work. This one's starting to come up now. That's me on the third grit. I've got another grit in the traditional sandpaper to go, and then I start wet sanding them. And that's when you see the colours come out too. So like I said, if you got any questions along the way, just sing out, mate. It's always nice having someone in the stream to chat to, rather than standing here, me and myself. These little detailed sections. So there, to the top. And come in here. Yeah. This was a trial one for Broncos colours, but the issue was getting the maroon right. I had to mix different colours to try and get the maroon, and the maroon ended up being more of a brown than a maroon. So I am going to recast this one again and try and get the maroon right. But this is still going to make a nice handle. Yeah. Not going to throw it away. Oh, we got razor burn back in now too, eh? Nothing wrong with the mighty Broncos, guys. Yeah, you'll see what I mean when I go to the water grits, mate. As soon as I hit this with the soft micro mesh pads with the water, that's when you see the colours come out. I mean, you can see them now that we're getting onto the finer grits, but it will really pop once I go to the micro mesh pads with the water, mate. The water puts a gloss over the top, so that's basically what you're seeing that's what you're going to see as an end result finish. So have you guys had a busy day today? How's the COVID been affecting you with your work? Doesn't affect me too much because I'm here most of the time anyway, so I got to look after my two little puppy dogs through the day so they don't get up to too much mischief. Right, that should do that grit, I think, hopefully, a little bit more. Okay, we'll do them. Now, where did I put my wet pads? Ugh. So this is when you'll see the colour come out properly. And I hit it with these little suckers. There you go, lads. Yeah, mate, look, I've got a heap of timber here. You know, it's just a case of using some. That's why I done some hybrid casting today. I had a couple of nice pieces of bow, which have got a real gnarly grain in it. And it should come up nice with a bit of colour too. And then, you know, playing around with the chameleon powders on the underside, on the natural face of the bow, which should look quite nice. But they're in the pressure pot now, so I can't disturb the pressure pot. I've got to leave that until probably tomorrow night. and then I can pull them out. So when I do my next live stream, which will be in a couple of nights time probably, I'm trying to get one out every second night, every third night if at the latest. And if I can get that, if I can do that and keep that going, that'll be great. But it'll allow me to show you these blanks, possibly even turn one of these blanks in the next live stream 2 nights away. So all going well anyway. That's the plan. We'll see how it pans out. But yeah, I've got a lot of timber, mate, a lot of timber to use. But you need really good timber, or it needs to be stabilised or sealed really well too when you're using them in shaving brush applications. Because the timbers, obviously, there's a lot of water, and a lot of the timbers don't like to be wet, continue to be wet unless they're properly sealed or, like I said, stabilised, because they will change over time. They won't last, taking on water and then drying and water and drying. So it's going to be a really tight grained timber. I mean, some timbers are oily and waxy, so they have a natural tendency to stop water penetration to an extent. But it doesn't take much for water to get into the timber, so you've got to be, like I said, they've got to be really stabilised or well sealed, both in the handle itself and also in the socket where the knot gets set. Because although they're set in epoxy most of the time, it doesn't mean to say that the timber's sealed having that epoxy in there. There can still be areas where it's not sealed and the water can get in, coming in through the knot, sucking up the water. So yeah, you just got to be careful. But done right, there's no problems. I've got a fair few timber ones out in the marketplace. Never had any dramas. I've had a couple crack where the timber's actually moved, even though all the timber I used is well seasoned. But it's the nature of some of the real Aussie hardwood barrels and stuff. Sometimes they can crack. They get that hard that they end up going brittle, and they can crack. And of course, introducing water, if they're not sealed properly, can open up a whole host of problems too. So yeah, let you have a look at that now. It's different. It's more a chocolatey brown. So but I think it would look quite nice with the Broncos colour. Stephen Carter wanted a Broncos colour, so that's why I done this one. Was to try it, but like I said, the maroon, whatever you want to call it, didn't turn out quite right. So I'm going to do another one, and I'll perfect the maroon. It's not an easy colour to mix with the pigments, to be honest. So it'll take a little bit of time, but I'm sure I'll get there. Yeah, not wrong, mate. A lot of it can get pretty bad shaking. I mean, you've got to try and get stuff that's obviously away from the heartwood to try and obviously help minimise the risk of it shaking, but some of it is just so hard. I've got, you can't see it in shot here. If I go to camera 2, that one, no, you can't see it. It's over the other side, over that side and both sides. I've got a heap of timber there, but and it's all dry, but I've got a lot of native Aussie natives over there that you know, branches that are around maybe 8 inches, 9 inches round, and they've just split. It's just the timber is so hard I mean, even some of the wood turning tools just bounce off it, so it's pretty hard getting a cut on it, you know. It's hard as steel, some of it, harder. So there's some timbers that are suited and some that are not. Most of the Aussie timbers though you can use, like I said, if you stabilise them they have less of a tendency to crack as well, because the resin is impregnated into the wood and it tends to hold them together. The hybrid ones that I've done, I've used an epoxy resin for that instead of a polyester, which is what I normally use. This handle here is a polyester resin. Polyester gives a better shine, but the epoxies are a little bit duller. You can buff them and polish them for longer and really work them. You will get more of a shine in them, but not as good as polyester. But the polyester's toxic, and obviously the other epoxies are not. So there's no smell with the other ones. The ones I cast tonight, there's no smell comes off them. Just a part A, part B, 3-to-1 mix, and there's no smell whatsoever. But if I use the polyester in here, I reckon my neighbours either side of me and up the back and across the street will be smelling the polyester fumes. My garage is fairly open, so I don't have too big an issue with being exposed to it too much, but it's pongy stuff and it is toxic, so you do need to be careful. But I do enjoy the shine that I get with the polyester, so it'll be interesting to see how these epoxy ones turn out. Anyway, this is the first time I've used this particular epoxy resin, so hopefully we'll get a good result. So this one was also a mix of colours. Like I think there was 3 colours to try and form the maroon, but I just didn't quite get the mix right, and it had gone too far one way. I couldn't bring it back, so that's why it's more of a brownie colour. And the gold that's in it was a mix of antique gold and bright gold, I think it was, and then the white was just a white plain solid pigment. But I put a little bit of mica and Pearl-X white in as well, but it's given it a little bit of an effect in the finished handle. The brown, or what we were hoping was going to be maroon, is more a solidy colour as well. It's not a, so we've got a bit of a mix in this handle. The gold's showing a nice shimmer, and the other colours, although they're nice and glossy, but they haven't got that same shimmer. They're more a flatter glossy colour. Thanks for dropping in too, fellas. It's always, like I said, it's always nicer when you've got a couple of guys in there and having a look and having a chat. I've got a bit of music in the background for you to listen to, rather than just listen to me all the stream. So just helps break it up a little bit when there's when the lathe's not running, and when I'm concentrating, my tongue hanging out and not saying much. So that's the brown one, this is the green one. So the green is 1800 grit, so these get really fine. This is the boring part, guys. It takes a bit of time to do all the sanding, but it's got to be done because you need the finish. The finish can make or break a handle. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a master. You're always learning. But I had a good trade background, so that helps along the way, I guess. The good part's when you see it coming off the lathe and sitting the knot in it. That's when that's the nice part. That's the part I like, when you see that knot sitting in there, and you can see that that the whole brush is proportionally right and pleasing to the eye. As I mentioned before, some shapes work and some shapes don't, and you can never make the wrong shape work. It just doesn't happen unless you change the shape. A nice mix of the gold and the brown on the very top rim of the brush, which is quite nice. So we've been streaming now for about nearly 2.5 hours, with the castings having been done earlier in the stream. So like I said, make sure you go back once the video's up on YouTube. Make sure you go back and watch the beginning, and you'll see the hybrid blanks that are cast. It should be. I'm really looking forward to them coming out the molds. Okay, that'll do that one. To this one. Well, I'm hoping it is, mate. I mean, a lot of people are. I mean, we're all alike in the fact that we like our wet shaving and we like our all our nice gear, nice brushes and razors and all that sort of thing, splashes and soaps. And I'm hoping that a lot of people sort of jump into the channel and have a look at the videos, and I'm hoping that people are getting something from it. At least people can see how much effort and how much time and care I put into my brushes. love doing it. I really enjoy making things and seeing the finished result at the end, and then being able to sell it on, and all the positive feedback that I get back, and see people posting pictures of my brushes and see them enjoying their shaves using them. Gives me the satisfaction that keeps me going. I never gave that one a rub by hand, did I? I better give it a rub by hand. It just keeps everything right then. This is the really mundane part. It's but like I said, it's so important. And whilst I've never liked putting maker's marks onto my handles or buttons and coins in the bottom, I'm actually now starting to warm to it. I'm actually looking forward to my little antique brass and antique silver coins coming. So I'll start setting them in the bottoms of the handles for those that want them. I'll still offer my handles just as a plain handle, but you'll have the option of being able to fit either the antique silver or the antique brass in the bottom, or I'll still offer the options of having them laser engraved so that they can be more personalised as opposed to a maker's mark. But I've always been a firm believer in not putting any marks on my brushes. I just think it spoils the art and the beauty in the handle. But I do understand other people wanting to have a maker's mark on the brush, so I've gone down that path. Irish started me. I've got him to blame for it. Going down the coin path, that is. Yes, I know you've got one of my handles, mate. I remember you. I remember talking to you about it and getting a handle. Good to hear that you're enjoying it and it's doing the job for you. So we're now onto the tan, which is 3200 grit. So we're getting finer. So the blank just starts getting a little bit more slipperier now and just finer polished. So it'll start to hold its shine a lot better now. I might just move that camera back slightly, guys, so I don't get water on it, dirty water. So my last couple of streams have gone for a bit over 3 hours. This one's probably going to be the same. I would have been a lot earlier tonight finished, but like I said, I wanted to get the casting done because I'd done a bit of work on the blanks or on the barrel and and doing the chameleon colour changing pigments on them. So I got all that done earlier today, so I thought, nah, I might as well do a stream and I can get them cast with a new resin. So I've live streamed that, and like I say, then I thought, oh well, might as well get this brush done as well while I'm out here, and then I can clean up tomorrow and get ready for the next stream following night, hopefully. Go to my SES tomorrow for some more training, State Emergency Services here in Queensland, so I volunteer for that. I've been going there for the last, close on 6-7 months now, I suppose. Give a little bit back to the community. So what did you give to the old man? A shaving brush, or? Okay, on to the next script, 3600. Oh, okay, you got one in the PNC auction. Okay. Yeah, well, should have the blanks ready over the next couple of days. This should last the blanks for the PNC group buy. The limited, the LE PNC LE 2020 blanks. They'll be ready. Probably mid. Well, what day are we now? We're Monday now, so probably Wednesday, hopefully. And then I'll be starting to turn some of them thereafter, and I'm just going to continue turning them. So I think I haven't had any objections from PNC with regards to live streaming the making of some of them, so I'm going to do that. So it might be interesting for some of the guys to get on board and get into YouTube and watch the making of the PNC LE 2020s. Malachite green. I was going to say let's hope that I can finish this on the hour, but it may go just a little bit over that, so I'm still going to turn it around, finish off the bottom, but I'm still going to buff it all, but we're still got a couple of grits to go through, but we're getting there. %. Good things do take time. You can't rush it. If you rush it, cut corners, you don't get the same results. How's the music in the background? Is it keeping you entertained? Not too loud? Good stuff. Yeah, it just makes the video a little bit more pleasurable listening rather than listening to the noise of the lathe all the time when I'm not speaking. It's just a mixed. Obviously, you got to be careful what you put on your video clips as far as music, or YouTube will pull them down. So this is just all free copyright stuff that you can download from Facebook and put it into your videos. So I just figured that it was a nice thing to do rather than just sitting listening to the noise of the lathe when I'm not talking. At least a bit of music breaks that. And it's just all easy listening stuff. There's mixed stuff, there's folk, ballad, jazzy, blues, a little bit of poppy stuff. But all easy listening stuff, nothing too over the top. So more relaxing type stuff. Boy, these colours are starting to pop in this now. I mean, the browny colour's fairly flat, but there's a little bit in the white. And the gold is just, well, I get that sort of look in the gold every time I use the bright gold. It's just stunning. So, So I don't know if you guys seen the brush I turned on the last stream, the clear handle with the gold and the bright blue top on it. Did you see that one? Yeah, well, I do try my handles. Like my handles, that's why I go slightly longer. I go around about that 69, 70 millimeter mark for the length of my handles, and then you've got the knot on the end of that. I just feel that I haven't got large hands. I've probably got average size hands for my size, but I try the brushes in my hand, and if I like the feel and the shape and it's comfortable in every part of my hand, and the palm and in the fingers, then I tend to stick with that shape. I know it works, I know it's comfortable. But I put little variations on some of them, you know, there can be a very similar shape, like this one tonight, because of the last couple I've turned have been the single lip here and then into the handle, and tonight I've done a double lip there just to break it up. And this one, I mean, I do all my handles basically by eye. Occasionally I'll measure, if I've got another handle the same shape, I'll measure that handle and take some dimensions, and then I'll work to say the thinnest and the thickest and the thickest, and then maybe this size and then maybe this size, and that's how I determine my handles. But with this one here, I could probably sit this one next to the ones I've got in my cabinet or inside, and you'd probably find that shape wise it would be spot on to the others. It's just your eye gets trained to it, and you know what you're looking for in the way of shape. Some people just can't grasp it. Some people will, you know, turn handles and turn shapes, and they just can't make a handle or a shape look proper, you know, or look right. It's all in the eye, I guess. You've got to have an eye for it. But I do, every handle I make, I always, especially when I turn this one around, you'll see me put my hand on it and feeling it, just to make sure there's no sharp edges or flat spots that you're going to feel in the hand, that all the curves are smooth, that they all roll into one another, and that's how I like my handles to feel in the hand. And you need to have an area where you can get a good grip on it, you know, so that it's not going to come out of your hand. So that's what I look for, and that's what I try and achieve. And most of my handles have got a pleasant shape to them. Yeah, I think this is this will be this stream will be number 6 or number 7, I think. So I've been pretty busy in the last week or so, just putting live streams up. It takes you a long time to get a following in YouTube nowadays. I'm hoping that links to the videos get shared around some of the wet shaving groups, and that you know, we'll start getting more people coming in and having a look and having a chat and discussing things, and you know, what people like to see, what they don't want to see, you know, what they look for in a handle. Is it something I can adopt? All that sort of stuff. But it takes time. I've only had this channel, like I said, going for a week or a couple of weeks at the most, and I've got, I'm sure there's 6 in it. This might be the 7th one, I think, from memory. So yeah, there's a fair bit of viewing there. I've done a casting one. I think a casting one was my 2nd or 3rd. I don't know. Don't worry yourself with the first stream that I put up. I think it was 1, 2, 3 testing or something. That was just me checking out some of the gear that I've had for a while, and I bought a couple of new pieces of gear so I could do this live streaming. So that was just a test one, just to have a play with the gear and see how it all worked inside. But then I've set it all up out here in the workshop around the lathe, so I can just come out here, everything's already set up, and I can just, you know, fire up the computers, put the sound on another computer, and then feed it all in through the switcher, but it's all basically set up, so I just come in and turn the cameras on, turn the computers on, have some preparation sometimes, like tonight I prepared blanks earlier today. I put a little bench top on top of the lathe here so that I didn't have to move the cameras, so I could do the casting from here and then just move everything out of the way when I'm finished, and that worked quite well. So you know, I'll continue doing that, just doing some casting ones and some but I haven't turned any wooden handles on the stream yet, so obviously I've got the hybrid ones which will be coming out of the mould hopefully later tomorrow, so I may turn one of them, but I might even pick up a nice piece of timber. I did get some nice curly figured jarrah sent to me by one of my friends down in WA, so I might even try maybe a piece of jarrah. That might come up quite nice in a handle. Especially the amount of figure it's got in it, so it should look quite nice when it's all sealed and polished and with a figure in it. So yeah, so we'll get a couple of wooden handles in as well and let people see the difference between wood and doing the acrylics. I do like both. I do like the acrylics as well because I like the I like getting creative with the colours and trying different things, and you know, so it lets you be a bit more creative, I guess, with the colours, because you're doing the whole thing from start to finish yourself. But I do like when you get a really nice piece of timber with a nice shaped handle, and yeah, they can look stunning. So yeah, well that one was a bit of a trial one, that one too. I was just trying different casting techniques, and I was very pleased with the result actually. I ended up getting pretty much what I wanted to get from the casting. It's a bit in your face as far as the blue, but I think it actually works quite well on the handle and the shape of the handle, and just the transparent bottom with the gold and blue working down into that transparency. If I was going to do it again, I'd probably drag a little bit of the colour, a little bit of the glue, and a little bit of the gold and a little bit of the blue down into the handle as well, just to you know, give it a little bit of colour down into that transparent part, but without going too far. I still wanted it transparent. So yeah, so just trying different things, mate. And then I have my brushes that I make for customers. Is a custom brush. So I do send a fair few brushes over to Europe and into America. Been a little bit quiet the last few weeks. It was probably with the COVID thing going on, so that's been a little bit quiet. So the brushes have dropped off a little bit there. But hopefully once everything gets back to some kind of normality, that'll start picking up again. And like I said, if I can get people sharing links to the videos on other shaving sites and forums and stuff like that, then hopefully I might get more of a following in YouTube as well, which would be good. Well, this is the last grip for the wet micro mesh pads, guys, so we're getting there. I've got 5 minutes to go, and that's just been straining for 3 hours, but that's neither here nor there. I'm going to turn this around very shortly, give it a quick dry off, turn it around, put it onto another chuck. We're going to part off the bottom piece that's clamped in the chuck now, so I'll be left with just the handle, and then I'll dress up the bottom of the handle. We'll give it a sand and a polish, the same as what we've done here, but that goes quicker because we're only doing the very bottom of the handle. And then I'll give it a buff up, final polish, and we'll sit the knot in it and let you see it. see what you think, eh? Well, I think that should do it for sanding. And if there is any fine little marks there, hopefully they'll come out. They should come out with the buffing anyway. Alright, I'll just get a clean piece of paper towel. We'll move this out the way once I take any of the water off that. Put the pads back in there for now. Stick it up there for a tick. Yeah, so I'll just dry this off now. Just more speed on the lathe, just get all the water off it. Kryptonite ones, mate, I think I might still have a couple of blanks that were made up in the Kryptonite, but yeah, there was 2 or 3, and I think they all sold. I haven't done any more, but like I said, there'll be some hybrids coming through. I do have a lot of clear tinted colours that I have, so I'm going to be making more transparent ones with a little bit of colour in them. So the Kryptonite was very much that as well, with a bit of timber. So I will be doing more. There's just so many things to try and do. It's just trying to find the time to do them all. Okay, so there's a look at that one. That's pretty much what you're going to get now. It will come up with a little bit more shine once I put the final polish on it after it's been in the buffer. But yeah, that's it's come up alright. It's not a colour that personally would strike me for a brush. I do have a different liking, but not taking away anything from the handle. It does look quite good actually. Just not my colour brown, I don't think, so not for me. But anyway, so I'm just going to move that tailstock cam back a bit, guys, and I'm going to take that out the chuck. I might sit it there so you can actually see it. That's quite nice. It's got a nice bit of colour through it. I'm going to put this big beast in it here. Right. So we're going to put the handle this way in the chuck now and expand the jaws of this chuck actually into where the knot would sit. We need to go the opposite direction because we're internal. And I'm just going to give that a little bit of a, make sure we're on centre. And then very gently I tighten these jaws up in the inside of here in expansion, just to get a good hold, but not too much that we crack the handle. And I'm thinking I'm pretty close there. Yep, we're going to leave it there. We'll bring up the tailstock again. We'll lock it off. Bring that and tighten that up just so we've got some support while I take the bulk of the material out. Bring in my tool rest. Lock it down nice and low. Yeah, an Easter egg. Yeah. The colour's about right. It's probably more a chocolatey colour than a maroon colour. But you guys didn't want maroon anyway, did you? Only Stephen Carter wanted the maroon. Okay, so we'll just check that I'm in the right position. Yep. And we'll slow the lathe right down, and I'll adjust the speed slowly and gently. So we are currently at 1446 RPM. And I'm just going to start coming in here now, making a couple of cuts. Then I'm going to relieve that so that the blade doesn't get stuck in there and cause all sorts of issues. Caramel Sundae, yeah. Chocolate caramel sundae, yeah, the names are coming now, eh? So I'm just going to change that to the other camera so you can see what I'm actually doing there. So I'm thinning it out now, I'm getting ready just to basically part that handle free from the waste bit on the bottom, which was previously in the clamp. So you can see I'm getting thinner and thinner there now, and I just keep working it away until I break it free. Got a little ring in there that's come off. There it goes. There we go. And she's off. Oh, dropped it. Good. All done. So I'm just going to pull that slightly back. Release that. Pull the life center further back. And then I've got to turn this tool rest round now, so we're in sideways that way. And now I'm going to just, with a spindle gouge, and I need to go down lower, I'm just going to clean up the bottom now. Put a nice little hollow in the bottom of the handle. And that's us there. So I'm going to go in that way first and just very gently take that little nozzle away with a very, very fine cut. And then I'm going to come in with a just a low cut, a little bit low. Going to be right on centre for this. little bit more. I'm liking the feel of that. So bring you a little bit closer, bring you to there, bring it more head down, get a little stainless steel rule. I put a very slight hollow in the bottom of my handles, so basically they always sit flat. So probably a little bit too far forward now. If I just go back just a touch, you'll see I put a hollow in the bottom there, so you can see that little gap in the middle. That's how I like to do it, just a little hollow in the bottom so the brush sits flat, and even if there's a little bit of water there, it'll still sit without being perfectly flat and sliding across the top of the bench. So yeah, just a little bit, not too much, just enough to do what it needs to do. Put the tool rest back to there again now. I'll bring the camera out of shot a little bit, and then I'll re-maneuver the camera so you can see what's going on there. Make sure that plug's still in, and you can see the bottom there now. So I'm just going to give that the same treatment as we done to the handle now, but this, because it's only the base, we go through this a lot quicker, so it's not too big a deal. And I don't do it with the lathe on, I do it just by hand. And all I do now is this hollow, I just sort of blend that into the curve of the handle where we finished off when the brush handle was in the chuck the other way. So it's just a case of blending it all together so that you don't feel any flat edges. It's all nice and rounded, nice feel in the hand. Just keep checking it. I was thinking there was a scratch there before, but there's actually a little fine white line of resin in the colour. It wasn't a scratch. That's the first one down. Third grip. I'll move to that camera just for a change. that one. And then the last grit on this paper, and then we'll change to the wet ones for the last final bit. And I think this sandpaper will be changed for the next brush of ink. Okay, that's those done. And we'll bring in the wet pads again now. Take them out of the water. And we go through the same again. And just blend it into the handle now with the smoother grits. Take you back to that one now, you'll see it's got a fairly big lump of white in the bottom. The casting, it's just the way it works out, and there's a lot of like little gold and brown fine lines through that white patch, and then there's another part up here that's like a half moon. Probably see it there, which is more gold with a little bits of white and a little bit of the dark brown through it too. So yeah, a little bit different on the bottom. That'll do that one. Yeah, it's one of those things, with the resin. I mean, I've got a good idea what something's going to look like now, just depending on the way that I cast it and the way that I add the colour. I can get a good idea now, but you never 100% know for sure what you're going to get inside. I mean, it was like this one. I says to Steve Carter the other night that, you know, obviously I wasn't happy because it wasn't maroon, it's gone brown. I mean, it looked maroon before I cast it, or more maroon than what it is actually. But like I say, when it's come out of the mold, it's come out brown. But it's still a nice handle. But I says to Steve, you know, like you get a rough idea what's going to come out as far as the pattern, whether you want really tight, fine swirls, or whether you want big, wider patches of colour similar to this one. And depending on how you pour your resins and you know, pour your colours and how long you leave them for in the pot when they're actually starting to, like in the cup when you're mixing the MAKP in, it starts the catalyst off and you get the reaction starting to happen, so the temperature raises in it and then it starts to go like a gel, and you've got to, if you want colour separation, you've got to get it just on that point, just before it starts to gel on you, because if it gels on you while it's in the cup, you can't pour it. And then it's no good to put it in the mould. So you've got to get your timing just right to get colour separation. But then sometimes you can go the other way and you can throw the different colours in at the same time, and you'll get a nice fine mix and a blend of colour. But again, it depends on the colours. The one that I cast for Tim. He wanted his initial request was he wanted bright orange and bright blue, and he was on one of the wait lists in America for one of the more popular brush makers over there, and when he mentioned that he wanted bright orange and bright blue, they just said that they wouldn't do it, just outright said they wouldn't do it, because those two colours are problem colours and they'll go brown. Both of them, they'll just mix to brown in the curing process in the mould. So anyway, Tim asked me, and I says, well look, I haven't done those particular colours together. I says, but I'm happy to give it a crack, no obligation to you. I'll give it a crack. And anyway, we done it, and it did change. It didn't go brown though. We did get some orange. It was a darker orange than what we would have preferred to have had. So it was a darker orange, more like a burnt orange, not a brown though, far from brown. But we also got some lighter patches of orange in it, which we didn't see you couldn't see in the blank until we actually turned it. And then when we turned it, some of these little brighter orange patches started to reveal themselves. So yeah, you never know what you're going to get 100% until you actually start to turn it. And it's when you turn it, that's when the colours start to come out, and you see the pattern and you see the colour. But like I said, I've got a fairly good idea, depending on how I pour, what type of effect I'm going to get, but you can never be 100%. It can change, because during the curing process there's a lot of heat generated, and when it's curing and that heat's generated, the resin actually moves in the mould. So hence, you've got different colours in there. Those colours are moving inside the mould in the pressure pot whilst it's curing, and then it'll just set. And the colours will stop, but they may have already mixed. And like I said, some colours will mix better than others. For example, that blue and the bright orange, bright blue and bright orange, they're two colours that are very hard to get to stay separated. They do want to start to move into brown. But we had some success, and Tim was very happy with that one. You may have seen the pictures of that one too. I did post them up. So we did get some nice blue in the lower section of the handle, and then as it got up near the top, the blue sort of pitted out a little bit more and got finer, and then we got some of the patches of bright orange came in. So Tim was very happy. He said it turned out fantastically well, which is always good to hear, that he's happy. So we never had a bad outcome in that one, we had a good outcome. And somebody lost a sale because they says they couldn't do it. So I'm always keen to try something, especially if somebody else can't do it. I get a kick out of that. But there will be things that I won't be able to do. You know, that's going to happen at some stage. I mean, there'll be things I can't do, or I can't get it to work. Somebody else might. So yeah. And I'm hoping that if I can get this YouTube channel going, I don't know if you guys were in the other night when I mentioned it, I'm hoping I can do some brush giveaways once I start getting, you know, subscribers up in the channel, and get more people coming in on the lives. I'm not too fussy about doing pre-recorded stuff and uploading that. I prefer the lives because it's a lot less time consuming. Especially when you're out here for 2 or 3 hours just streaming, and then you've got your preparation to do as well before you start, and then you've got all the cleanup to do after. So there's a lot to it, but I do prefer the live streaming as opposed to sitting for hours at a computer mixing audio and video and only showing the bits that I think are worthwhile, whereas this is live. I mean, it's, you know, what you're seeing is what I do and how I go about my business, and the interaction through having people in the chat is good because they can ask questions. I can answer them if I've got an answer. If I can't answer it or I don't know, then I'll tell you I don't bullshit. So yeah, so I think it's a good interaction to have, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to grow the channel over time. So if you guys, I think you guys have probably subscribed in YouTube anyway. If you haven't, oh, look at that, I just knocked the water all over me. Look at that. Anyway, as I was saying, if you haven't, let me just go and get a little bit more water, guys. Not much longer though. See? Live. Live. Let me just dry off the lathe, that's probably more important. I don't want that rusting. Dry up that water. Nothing like live, eh? Yes, so as I was saying, I do prefer the live. Good, you've subscribed. Click the little bell too, mate, if you want to be notified when I go live. There's a little bell icon there. If you click on the bell, then what it should do is it should send you a little reminder or a little notification when I go live, so you'll always know when I've got a live streaming. And obviously if you've got time and you're available to do it, it gives you a reminder just to watch, that's all. And I really appreciate that, mate. Subscriptions and likes and bells, and yeah, all helps. And as I've said to the guys previously, feel free to share the videos around other forums or other groups that you might go into that some of the other guys don't, because the more people we can get in, the merrier, so to speak. So we're almost finished, guys. That's the handle nearly done. All I've got to do is give it a quick lick of buffing compound on the buffer, and then I'll put it back on this chuck and give it a final polish using my special plastic polish, and that's when you'll see her fully shine. So go to that, put that there. Give that a little dry. That one's done now, that's exhausted, it's wet. Get another one. Slowly, just give it a dry off. Sorry if I'm blocking your view there with my hand. There's so many angles you've got to work on these lathes that at some stage you're going to get your hand or your arm in the way from the camera. Okay, so that's it dry. So now I'm going to take that off, and I've got to release it in the opposite direction to what you normally would, because it's in an expansion mode. You can see the socket's already pre-drilled. Put that in safe, so I don't knock it over and break it on the concrete or something. Oh, there we go. I'll flip back to that one while I'm changing everything. Sorry, wrong one. Go back to that one. Change to that one while we're changing things around. You can see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to put the little buffing setup in here. And we'll bring up the tailstock, lock her off. Lock that off. Set the camera there again. That's out the way. A little bit of buffing compound. That's all we'll need. Becoming a YouTube natural. Yeah, there's always something I forget. I think earlier on my music died. I think I lost power to my my music player. The plug fell out of the socket a little bit, so I lost the music. I was so many minutes into the stream before I realised. One of my earlier streams, I think it was the second one I done, which was my first sort of full proper stream, I guess. I streamed for a whole 44 minutes with no sound until somebody came in. I think it was Tim actually, or somebody came in and says, "Oh, I can't hear any music, or I can't hear anything." And I said, "Oh, jeez." I went back and I'd forgotten to turn the sound on in the mixer. So rookie mistakes to YouTube. But anyway, we'll get there in the end. It's getting better. I didn't have music actually in the first few videos. I only just put that on in the background. Probably the last video actually, I think, was the first one to play around with it. Now I'm on that camera. I'm going to change back to probably 3. We'll go to that one, and you'll see this, what I was talking about at the bottom of the handle. You see there's like a big white circular type patch there with little faint lines of gold and a little bit of brown through them. Sort of looks like a full moon, and this one here looks like a half moon. So yeah, just little things you see in it that you don't realise. It's just there by chance. Anyway, enough of my blabbing. Let's get on with this. Well, that's how I sort of learn about the settings and stuff. Each time I do, when I sit and watch it later on when I've got time, and then I think, oh yeah, that looks okay, no that doesn't look okay, or yeah, that sounds alright, no this doesn't, that needs to be louder, this needs to be quieter. It's all trial and error really, and I'll just keep changing it until I get better. And then I'll put all the graphics on the like when you look up the YouTube channel and you see all the other videos, you'll see the big bold letters and bright colours, and that's just so that, you know, the videos get noticed. When your thumbnail image is showing there, you know, in with all the other ones, you want yours to try and stand out that little bit more. So that's why I've got the big bold text, and it tends to work. It tends to stand out. I've yet to see if it brings a lot of new people in, though. But like I said, it takes time. Yeah, so all I'm doing now is I'm just working that buffing compound in, and just making sure that we cover the whole brush and buff the whole brush so that we get an even shine and finish throughout the whole handle, I should say, not brush. I keep doing that. I keep saying it's a brush. It's not a brush until it's got a brush in it, or a knot in it. It's a handle. Regardless, I call it a brush. Okay, now we're going to get into these little rim parts. That's the part that takes more time, getting into the little detailed edges and shapes, making sure that you're not missing anything. And sometimes it's quite hard, but I've got, I mentioned that in the last couple of streams too, that I've got a new setup there with bigger 8-inch mops on it. These ones are getting too small now, they're getting a little bit rigid, you can't flex them into different areas, so I've just got to get the big ones set up on a bench somewhere. I don't have a lot of bench space in this little workshop, so I've got that much machinery and gear in here that I can't get anything else in really, and I've got not enough storage space for all the stuff that I have in here, so I've got to make some benches and some cupboards and shelves and try and get a lot of stuff away neatly in places where I know where it is, and it might free me up for a little bit more floor space so that I can move things around a little bit better. If you've seen the setup that I've got here for the streaming with the cameras and computers and PowerPoints and tripods, and if you've seen it you would be flipped out. There's cables and wires running everywhere, and again I'm limited with the length of some of my cables, so I do need to try and to make it more flexible so that I can move cameras around much easier. I do need to get a heap of longer cables, but it all costs money and it all takes time, so this is fine for now till I can afford to go and buy longer cables and some better gear. Yeah, it doesn't take long to get in a mess. Oh look, I mean, I've just got too much stuff in here. I can't move around freely enough. There's that much gear. But it's all gear that I really need for different things that I do. And I can't part with any of it. So, and I can't get a bigger shed, so I've just got to make do. So try and get things away, give me a bit more space, make it more workable. Okay, I've made myself a difficult task here because I've got a lot of buffing compound in this little detailed rim here. So I'll go into this wheel. It might not be strong enough to get that out. I might have to do that with the polishing gear after, but at least I know it's been buffed in there and it should be a clean, nice clean V-shape in there. So alright, so that's us finished with the buffing now. I'm just going to go through the polishing setup now and just polish it. This is where we'll see a bit of shine come in, and then we'll get the full shine once I apply my special plastic polish that I use. just working that top ring here and getting into that sharp detail in there, making sure we're getting all the buffing compound out and that we're getting the edge all buffed up. And it's getting there. There's just one little spot that's giving me a little bit of jib, so we might get that out with a polish if it doesn't come out here. Just a little bit there. Nearly there. Just a little bit. I'll come back to that. Like I said, I know that if I don't get it out with this, I know that I can get it out with the polish anyway, so I'm cool with that. The main thing is that I know it's been buffed. Going to get that out though. Too much buffing compound in there for it to get that out. So the polish it will need to be Cobb, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my workshop. Coming near the end though, mate, so you'll probably have to end up watching the replay if you want to see what's going on. In the earlier part of the stream, very beginning of the stream, I've done some hybrid casting using chameleon colour changing pigments and clear resin, with good old Aussie Burls timbers in them as well. So you should make for some nice hybrid blanks for some nice handles. And then after I was finished with the casting, I jumped straight onto this blank here, which was one I cast in a previous earlier stream. And I've just turned this into a handle, and I'm just giving it a buff up now. And then I'll give it a final polish. I've got to try and get some buffing compound out of that finer detailed area up near the top end of the brush, but the rest of the brush is buffed up quite nicely. And I'll show you that in more detail right at the end once I sit the knot in it to show you a finished handle. But I've got to try and just work this try and work as much of this buffing compound out of here as I can at the moment, and then if I can't get it, I'll do it during the polish with the polish wax. That'll soften it up and hopefully allow me to get it out of there. But other than that, the handle's nearly finished. No, there's no coin in the bottom at this point. I was just saying to the guys before, that's the actual resin casting in there. So what it is there's a nice big round, I've called it the full moon, and it's got some really fine gold lines throughout it, which is just the natural pattern that the resin's created itself inside it. It's got a ring of the darker brown, chocolatey brown colour around it. And then if I turn it that way, you'll see we've got a half moon here. So full moon, half moon, and that's just the natural colourings in the resin. So yeah, it's just what you see in the pattern, I guess. But no coins yet, mate. My coins haven't arrived yet. They're probably still, they should be about 2 weeks away now, maybe slightly less, and then I'll have my coins. So we'll have a choice of antique silver or antique brass, and then we still have the option to laser engrave and colour fill if need be, so we can personalise that way. But I'm not offering my coins as a standard thing in my brushes. Like, I won't be fitting a coin to every brush, because there is some people that don't like that. I don't like it either myself, that's why I've stayed clear of it for such a long time. But some people do, and I can fully understand that they want a maker's mark on it, you know. But I like to see the brush in all its glory. Even the bottoms. I mean, I pick up a brush, I look at the bottom as well as the handle itself, because that's just me. But the coins do look quite nice in the bottoms of a lot of the handles now. More and more people are going that way, so I didn't want to be left behind, so I've gone down that way as well. But it'll be a choice, it'll be an option that you can have in my brushes, basically. So there's the brush, guys, there's the handle, all polished up. As you can see, we've got a lot of buffing compound from the buffing stuck in there, that the soft wheel is just too soft, it won't work it out. Try. Don't want to put too much heat into the handle. It's taken a little bit out, but I think I'll take the rest out with paper towel and the polish, guys. It'll work a lot better. So I'll put that somewhere safe so I don't spill it all down the front of myself like the bowl of water. And I'm just going to move this camera back slightly. I'll put the main shot on again so you can see what's going on until I get ready. Knock out this grinder, or the buffer I should say. Put that away. So see, a lot of people just think a lathe's a lathe for turning stuff on. But I mean, I've got this set up as the lathe. I also set it up as my casting station now for the live stream. So this is where I've done my casting earlier on in the stream. You've just seen me using it as a buffer. I also use it as a drill or a drill press, and it keeps everything nice and centered. And there's many other things. You can put sanding discs on here as well, and have a big sanding disc, so you can do your sanding on it. There's lots of different things you can use your lathe for, and that's why I like to have the camera set up around this little lathe. I've got my big lathe over there, but that's huge. That's got about a 2.5 metre long bed on it, and it can throw a piece of timber about 600 in diameter. And then I've got an outboard turning off the end of it as well, which means I can go to any extreme as far as, you know, before I hit the ground, basically. But I won't use it for anything like that. It's all too big for me. All my stuff is a lot smaller. But yeah, they're a very versatile little machine, the lathes. You can use them for a lot of different things. People don't really fully utilise them sometimes. I'll just give these cameras a bit of a blowout. Right, sorry about the compressor kicking in. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that big chuck pipe on. And I'm just going to put the handle on there with a little bit of tension to hold it on there, and then we're just going to lightly buff this with my plastic polish that I like to use on all my handles. Obviously it's going to take a little bit of work to get that compound out. Just want to make sure that's pretty centred. It is. And tighten it enough, but not too tight that we expand too far and break the handle. And believe me, when they break, you know about it, because they just go bang and it will split the handle. But we're all good there now, I think. I'm just going to move that live centre back a little bit more so it's out the way. Lock that off, bring the camera in a bit more so we can get that overhead shot. And I need a clean piece of paper towel. Fold that up. So what's going on in the chat? Now we have a great knot maker in Oz. Yeah, well actually I got in touch with Serjan, or he got in touch with me some time ago, and we sort of had a bit of a chat, and then we decided that we could collab a bit together with regards to brushes and stuff. So I make some of his handles for him, and he makes some of my knots now, so I fit some of Serjan's knots into some of my handles, but I don't carry a lot of stock, but if anybody ever needs one, they can get it through me, and pricing's, you know, going to be similar to Serjan, but we're working a lot more closely together. He gives me some customers, I give him some customers, and yeah, we sort of work it that way. I've personally tried his knots. They're absolutely out of this world, and I know that there's been a few other people have trialled them in Australia as well. I introduced them to Facade on P&C because of the group buy, and Facade couldn't jump on it quick enough. So then Serjan done a nice thing and sent a couple of brushes with his knots in them up to Facade and let him try them, and he was just blown away by the quality of them. And I think he actually put a post up in P&C saying that he's got Declaration, Paladin, Shave Mac, all those types of higher end type knots, etc. And he rates Serjan's hand-tied knots to be up there with the rest of them, if not better. So that was all very, very positive stuff for the rhodium knots. And yes, it's absolutely fantastic. People used to ask me about getting into hand-tied knots, and look, it's not something I wanted to get into. I've got enough making handles and you know, casting and stuff like that, and some of the other things that I do without getting into hand-tied knots. I would like to give it a try at some stage. I think it would be quite interesting actually, but it's not a path that I'm going to go down, especially when we've got Serjan there that we can, and I mean, he's got it down pat, he knows what he's doing, he's got a good QA set up there as well. Just going to have to do something that's not going to mark the acrylic, so I'm just going to sharpen up the point of this pencil and use the point of the lead to get in there and take that, try and take that buffing compound out, because it's pretty jam packed in there. So I'm just using the graphite to knock the excess compound out, and then I'll be able to get my polish in there, polish out the graphite, and then polish up the acrylic without any damage to it. There we go. That should do the job. I might need to put a little bit more polish on now. I just want to work that paper towel into that groove. Sorry if my, oh no, I'm on that shot, so I'm not getting my hands in the way. Sometimes I get my hands in the way of the camera, and I just can't avoid it, unfortunately. Yes, I mean the look. I mean it's like anything. I mean they're very expensive, but they. I mean, for people to say that they're up there with the rest of them, if not better, that's a good recommendation in my mind. And I've tried them, and I absolutely love it. I've got a few there. I've still got to make myself a new handle yet, with one of the rhodium knots that I got up from Sarjan, but I will get around to it. I'm just going to put a little bit more polish on that, guys, because I've still got a little bit in that groove and I want to make sure we get completely out, and it doesn't hurt to put a bit more of this on anyway. As you can see, the shine in it now is it's definitely shining now. We'll get a little bit more on there. Probably don't need any more than that. A bit on the bottom. And then we'll work that into the whole handle. In there as well. That's where I need it. So we're nearly there, guys. This is the final polish. Then I'll take it off the chuck. I'll give you a lookie. And I'll sit the knot in it. And then I'll call the streaming to the end. And I'll be back in probably 2 or 3 nights' time. And hopefully I can show hopefully the hybrid blanks have been a success. And hopefully I can show you the hybrid blanks. If they turn out the way I'm hoping they're going to turn out, I think they'll be pretty spectacular. So yeah, be sure to see them. Okay, that's that done. Just going to get this paper towel again and work that. I want to work that detailed area before I work anywhere else. Try and see if I can get the remains of that buffing compound out of there. It's amazing how difficult it is to get into some of those fine details sometimes. And I think I've got it there. Sorry about the hand on the arm. Well, Sarjan's, yeah, definitely support the local fellas before you buy overseas. I mean, America's got a massive market. I mean, a lot of my brushes do go over to America and into Europe. But I do still sell a few here in Australia. And I mainly do my brushes, like these ones that I'm doing now, these will all go up for sale eventually. I've got a few others in the cabinet that I've done over the past little while in between doing customer brushes. So these will all go up for sale eventually. I'm in the process of shutting my pen business down, which I have been for the last 12 months. So I've just been selling out all the stock, and that's almost gone now and almost finished. So I'm just going to focus on the shaving brush handles now. Plus, you know, I don't want to be flat strap all the time, because then it becomes like a job. I enjoy it more as a hobby, but a hobby where I'm making things, and I get the enjoyment out of that, and I get the enjoyment out of seeing other people enjoying it. But at the end of the day, it's still got to pay its way, because I can't afford to subsidise it, so it's got to pay its way. But with regards to the website, I'm not sure what I'm going to do there yet, whether I just do it from Facebook, or whether I actually create another website, just a shaving brush website. Yeah, so whether I create just a shaving brush website and just put my brushes on there for sale, or whether I don't want to do what the States does. I mean, yeah, it's a good idea where they have the wait lists and stuff, but I really don't want to do that. I'd rather just put the brushes up for sale and first in, best dressed. So you see something you like, you get in and you get it, you know. Anyway, I'm going to stop the lathe now and let you see the shine on that. There you go. Let me just move that to the other camera now. We'll go to camera 3. And there she is. Let me turn that just on slow so it just goes around and lets you see. So there's a lot of shine in that handle now, guys. I'll bring it closer to the cameras shortly. I just want to check, make sure I've got all that buffing compound out of there. Yep. Yep, all gone. Looks good. So yeah, so there you are. There's the handle. Yeah, brush drops, to me it's just, yeah, I mean it's the way to do it. It works for them, obviously. I'm not that into that, so I'll just keep making mine, put them in my cabinet inside, and occasionally I'll put them up for sale, or if someone sees one that I'm making a stream of something and they say, oh, you know, I want that brush, then I'll sell that brush. So that's just the way it's going to be with me. But like I said, I may go down the path of creating a new website and putting, you know, brushes that aren't customer brushes. I might put them up on that and just sell them. Whether it's through Etsy or something like that, I might do that. We'll see. I haven't really thought about that yet. But let me take that off the chuck, and I'll let you have a better look at it, and then we'll sit the I just want to give that top a little polish. Take the excess off. You can't get in there because it's so close to the flat of the chuck. So let me go back there. I'll just give that top a little polish. Surprising, there's still buffing compound coming out of there. That's pretty much done now. The handle's pretty much done. So there you have it, guys. A couple of bits of dust on there. There you have it. There's the bottom again. Nice and shiny. There's the brush. That gives you a better idea of the shape. You got that double ring band through here, which is not normally what I do. I normally have a single band there and then start the taper of the handle. But just for something different tonight, I just put that double ring in, and yeah, just try and change that camera. So there's the other camera, just a different view, different light. Sometimes shows them slightly differently. Certainly got a high shine on it, that's for sure. There's the socket. There's the bottom. So you can see that in the light there. Let me sit the knot on it. Won't be glued in. It's made for that socket, so it'll sit in nice and snug. Okay, so I'll just move this out the way. Stick that up out the way for now. Alright guys, I'll just I'll show you in this shot, just with the brush in it. There you go. I'll put some photographs up once I get it into the light tent. After I finish the stream, I'll probably go and have a bite of dinner. I'll take a couple of photographs, put it on the little rotisserie, take a little short 30-second video clip. I normally post them up too so people can see the brush all the way around. And yeah, so there you go. Knots nicely set in there, nice depth. Just let me check the, I think it was about 54, I think it was from memory, the loft. 54, 55, probably closer to 55. So it should be nice. And these knots, like I said, I've been using these knots for a long time. So as you can see, they're nice and dense. I've got quite a few guys out there now that have got these knots and they absolutely love them. Especially once they've had a fair few shives. They tend to soften up nicely, but they've got a nice bit of backbone. You know, nice backbone in them. Whip up the lather, you still get good flow through. I don't choke them in the socket. I don't like choking the knots because to me that tends to let them hold on to the lather, and obviously the badger just, you know, they just pull in the water good anyway, so they're very well hydrated. But yeah, as you can see, beautiful. So there you go guys, and then I'll just go to camera 1 for the final shot, and then I'll end the stream after that guys, and go and get some dinner. Thanks for so yeah, so thanks for dropping in guys, really much appreciated. The more the merrier, the more we can get in the better. Like I said, the channel's here to stay. I'm going to continue to put videos up as regular as possible, just showing casting videos, handle making videos, customer handles that I'm just going to put into my cabinet until I decide that I want to sell them. Every time I look at them I think, oh, that would look nice in my den. And it sometimes I don't want to part with them, but at the end of the day you can only have so many brushes, and I've got quite a few in my den already, so a lot of the time I've got to part with them. But anyway, another TF custom shaving brush coming to you live from YouTube. There you go guys, in the light, plenty shine. I'll take a couple of pickies later on. Definitely go back. I highly recommend going back and seeing the hybrids being cast, because the next video will probably have them in it. Whether it's a disaster or whether it's a success, I'd say it'll be a success, but it's the first time using that epoxy, the first time doing the hybrids the way I've done them this time. So hopefully it works. Hopefully there's no dramas with it, and if they turn out the way I'm hoping they'll turn out, they should be pretty spectacular. So fingers crossed guys. Check in the stream. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Click the little bell icon. That'll make sure that you get notified when I do go live or when any new videos go up. And be sure to give the videos a like too if you wanna. But the main one is subscribe and click the bell button. Until the next time guys, thank you very much for dropping in. Thank you for participating. You've got to see the brush made here live. Catch you in the next one. Cheers.